Okay. Alrighty. Alrighty. Hello, everybody. JR here, back with the the continuation of my Life is Strange franchise tier list. Um, we got the last, so a little refresher. This was what our soundtrack tier list ended up being. Um, we're on the we're here now on the episode and chapter tier list. So right now we wrapped up the main story of Before the Storm. So we wrapped that up. Funny little tidbit here is also that certain characters from the original Life is Strange um, were also going to make actual physical and some vocal performances in appearances and stuff in Before the Storm, but because of certain time constraints, they were not able to be fully implemented into the game. I forget which episode it was, but um, but which character was it? I believe it was Taylor. I believe it was Taylor, but she was if you remember, Taylor's one of Victoria's friends, one of her little Mean Girl squad that was always behind her and always around her, because it was Taylor and Courtney, but Taylor, the I believe her hair was supposed to be blonde, but the long-haired one, because I know Courtney is the short-haired one. I think she has like black hair. The short-haired black-haired one, I believe, is Courtney. But Taylor um, was supposed to be in the game somewhere. I don't know specifically which episode they were supposed to be in. Maybe episode one, or maybe episode two. I know it has to be during the sections of the game when you're in either in the front of the dorm area, or maybe the parking lot, or the front area of the school. Like, you have to be around the school because that's the only way. That's the only place I believe Courtney would be in, where it would make sense for her to be in. I mean, Taylor. I said Courtney, that Taylor is supposed to be in. So it has to be around the school areas. Um, because there's actually cut dialogue of fully recorded cut dialogue of Chloe and Taylor talking to each other. So you got Rihanna DeVries as Chloe, because this is supposed to be in the main story of Before the Storm, talking to Taylor. I don't know if Taylor's voice actor was ever credited. I don't know if they wound up in the credits of the game, even though they don't have voice lines, maybe. But well, that their voice lines were not in the main game. But you could find them in like data mining and stuff. You could find this conversation between the two of them. Um, but also, if you listen to the dialogue, there also seems to be that there was going to be a backtalk challenge between Chloe and Taylor too, because some of the voice lines clearly sound like they're supposed to be doing a back and forth thing. But yeah, it's weird, especially, well, not weird, but it would have been nice to have it in the game. Um, the only real thing, well, messed up thing that comes out of it is, what was it, Taylor thinking like Chloe needs like clothes or something. Like she kind of says stuff about like Chloe's attire and stuff, and then she I think she mentions that they have like they work with like the homeless or something to give them like clothes and stuff, and kind of offers Chloe like if you want some hand me downs of my clothes, I could like give you some or something. It's also in cut dialogue and cut sequences that were supposed to be in the game. This one was specifically from the end of episode 3 of Before the Storm. Was uh, when Chloe gets to the burned down mill, and sees Frank's RV and the blood on the side and stuff. There was in the original thing, she doesn't try to go inside. She kind of just yells at Frank from the outside of the RV to be like, if you're in there, hold on tight. I'm going in like inside type of thing. But yeah, if she's in this cut sequence, she was actually supposed to go into the RV and actually find Frank, um, like passed out and stuff, like how we saw him when he came into the mill, where he has like a stab wound in his shoulder and whatnot, and he's bleeding. Chloe was actually supposed to have found him like that inside the RV, and was actually because Frank doesn't talk in this whole thing. The only one who has any cut dialogue for this is Chloe. So she's like talking to Frank, and supposedly you're also supposed to go around the RV and try to find something to like try to bandage up and try to stop the bleeding on his shoulder. So that would have been an interesting sequence for to play through, but it wound up didn't happening. It got cut, but yeah. Um, but let me see. We also got um, I believe that's it. Did Let me see something. I gotta double check on something real quick. let's get into before we get into these short DLC episodes. Because since we're going in all in release order, then the next couple of things are going to be pretty quick. There we go. Let me see something. Here we go. Where's his? Does it even say? Oh, there we go. Because I'm trying to find out what the... Oh, okay. Okay, that's what I'm trying to find out. Okay. Okay, now I know. All right. Okay. All right. So, before we get into the DLC episode, which is the farewell episode for Before the Storm, which came out after the main episodes were already done. Um, this episode was actually this tiny little episode because you could get through this episode in like an hour. Um, but when they were making this episode, um, the strike, the voice actor strike, video game voice actor strike that was happening at the time, which is why in the main story of Before the Storm, all the returning characters from the original game all got recasted was because of the strike that was going on at the time. But as I said before, thankfully though, Ashley Birch, who played Chloe in the original game, was able to in the original Life is Strange, was able to come back, uh, not as the voice because of the strike, but on the writing team. So she helped. So she helped with the writing as far as I guess Chloe's stuff is concerned. So at least she helped helped out in some way. But with the strike being over, the which is particularly good news for this episode because this episode is going back because since Before the Storm was a prequel that takes place about 2 years or so before the original before the original Life is Strange, the this farewell episode actually goes back even further, specifically during the time period of when Max and Chloe were young. So around the same time frame, like how they were in the flashback portion when Max goes into the photo from the day that William died in the car accident. That's pretty much how Chloe and Max look in this episode. So it's around that time period when they're young like that. Um, and because the strike is over, they were able to bring back Hannah Telle as Max and Ashley Birch was able to come back and voice Chloe. So we got like a tiny little reunion for them. And since this episode is really short, this episode is primarily just both of them talking to each other. So there's not a lot of characters to interact with. It's primarily just them two. So before we jump in and discuss the events of the farewell episode, we will do a little preview. We'll see the little trailer that they put out when the episode was coming out. So, here we go.
Holy shit. Max, hold that thought. This tape is from 5 years ago. That's crazy.
Avast, future awakener!
Oh my god. Today, we go treasure hunting. Awesome. I have you now, scallywag.
I'm lucky you're my best friend.
Damn right you are, you mushy weirdo! Now get your ass down here, we have treasure to find!
In a few days, my whole family moves to Seattle. I have no idea when I'll see Chloe again. This could be my last chance to say goodbye.
Oh, there we go. Okay. So, well, there's the little setup of primarily what you're doing in the episode is so pretty much so let's get into the episode. Pretty much the beginning of the farewell begins with Chloe and Max setting up some well, they don't call them Barbie dolls, but they're clearly supposed to be like Barbie dolls. they're taped up to a little bit of like explosives, and Chloe is going to like blow up the dolls. Um, so Max is a little like, "Are you sure you want to do this? And wouldn't your mom be mad?" Type of thing. And she's like, don't worry about it. But so she goes, so Chloe lights the fuse. They're all giggling and stuff while doing this, and then they duck behind the bed. I think they duck behind something, so that way when it blows up, doll pieces don't come flying at them. But so yeah, so they blow up and whatnot. Um, Apparently, Joyce, Chloe's mom, wants her to do some pretty much like I don't know what days, cause around what pretty much like spring cleaning, pretty much. So they want her. So Joyce wants her to look through her stuff and get rid of whatever you're not using, whatever's like whatever, and like throw it away or whatnot, right? Or put it in a box and then we could like give it away to people who want it or people that need like stuff. So pretty much they're doing that. While you're doing that, while you're helping Chloe do that, also this is the day that Max is supposed to be telling Chloe that she's going to be moving to Seattle. Also, it's really fun hearing Hannah Telle and Ashley Birch voicing Max and Chloe in this. As short as it is, it's still nice to have them doing the voice of these characters again. But yeah, so in this instance, you're able to try to tell Max, for Max to tell Chloe that she's moving, but you can either tell her or not. In this instance, in her room here, as you're helping her, but no matter what you choose, Chloe's gonna kind of like interrupt you and say that she has like an idea on a thing to have fun. So she gets a so she's like, I found this old cassette tape from when we were younger to and let's see what we recorded on it. So they end up sitting down, playing it on playing the cassette, listening to the recording, and it was a recording of them when they're playing when they're role playing pirates. Their pirate personas, Long Mac Silver and Chloe as Captain Bluebeard. So, and they're pretty much doing it in like their pirate like voices and stuff as they're recording this. Pretty much saying that they buried some they hid some buried treasure somewhere, and for their future selves or whoever's listening to the recording, right? pretty much challenging themselves or whoever found the recording to find the buried treasure, right? So they also during the recording, in the middle of them explaining this in the recording, Chloe's dad, William, winds up coming into the room and interrupting them by accident, and Chloe kind of like shoos him away because it's like, you're interrupting. We're trying to do something. We're trying to record something here, and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Another key point to bring up here is William in this is also the same, the original voice actor from the original Life is Strange. So even they even got him to come back to do William's voice in these short little little cameos. Because this is his first cameo, and then he has another spoken cameo later. So at least so he's the only other person besides Max and Chloe that you hear anything about in this, that you hear from directly in this episode. Which goes to show yet again how short this is. But yeah. So we wind up going with now that we listen to the thing, the recording, Chloe's like, okay, we gotta find the treasure and find the thing. I remember that I wrote down like a map to the treasure so that way we could figure out the clues and what we need to find it. So now you have to find the clues, right? But now you have to find the actual map though, so you know what the clues are. And luckily it's still in the room. It's still in Chloe's bedroom, so you just have to find it. And it ends up being it ends up being like in an old school textbook and stuff. So you find it. Now you have the clues on how to find the stuff, right? So it's at this point that now that you have the map, Chloe ends up leaving to gather the rest of the stuff, while you hunt down the clues and find the other stuff. So now, since you missed your chance to tell her that, potentially missed your chance depending on what you chose, to tell her that you're moving, now you're pretty much doing the treasure hunt now. So you find that the first clue is you have to go into the attic and find this this like glass little thing, like this circular glass piece. So after you do a little puzzling around to find some stuff, so that way you could reach the attic door, so you could get up into the attic. You get up there, you do a little bit of maneuvering around, because it's kind of cramped and you're kind of crouched and you're like walking like kind of slow to get around the attic, because there's a lot of stuff up there. How some of the stuff, like big ass like furniture, coolers and shit like that, got up in that attic, I have no idea. because the only part of the attic that we see is this tiny door that is only meant for people to go up and down in. And the door is clearly not big enough for any of these pieces of furniture to get up there. So I have no idea how any of these furnitures got up there, but it's kind of funny to think about. But in any case, we go through there. We could also find this hidden little trunk that has a little bit of like Williams stuff in it. And then right next to it, there's this box. And inside the box is Max's pirate outfit. Because there is some pictures that you can find both in this episode and also I believe in the original game also, of Max and Chloe in like pirate outfits. So you find Max's pirate outfit and you could actually wear it if you can find it. It is kind of tricky on how you get to it, because you have to move. There's this part where you have to move some furniture around to get to the glass piece, because the little glass piece is kind of hanging all the way on the other side of the attic. So you have to find a way around to get to it. And and as you're doing that, and you have to move some furniture around to get around to it, if you don't immediately move everything to get to the other side, there's this little dead end corner right next to it, and if you move the furniture in a certain way, so that way you could get to that hidden little spot, that's where you find the pirate outfit for Max to wear. So it's a fun little Easter egg thing that you can find. It also makes it more appropriate for later that you do have the pirate outfit on. So, but in any case, so after you move the furniture, you can squeeze through the tiny little area, so that way you can get to the little glass piece. So you go get so you get it, and then you can move this little cardboard piece so you can see out the window. And you can move it and see out the window, and you actually see, because the window's overlooking the backyard, so you see the backyard, and you see that Chloe kind of set up the backyard with all your like pirate stuff that you would put around when y'all would play pirates. And she has her own pirate outfit on, and she's pretty much like has her tiny little pirate sword, and she's like practicing swinging and stuff and whatnot. So you see her doing that. You could take a little seat on a little stool next to the door and just like watch her do that for a little bit. Like, it's supposed to be like a little bit of a like one of those like moments of calm, the little zen moments. But when you're done with that, Chloe will notice you and pretty much tell you to get down here, so because we gotta find treasure and whatnot. Asking you, did you find the piece, and you show her the piece, and then she's like, okay, get down here so we can find the thing. So we do that. We get down there. Now in some of these dialogue options that you have with Chloe, you could actually keep the pirate theme going and like talk to her in like your pirate voices and stuff, which is pretty funny. It's pretty sweet. But yeah, in any case, you get there. Chloe has like a little telescope, like she's looking for land and stuff. And then you show her the piece again. She gets an up close look at it, and then she tries to put the piece to the telescope so that way you could see through it. Because it's meant to go on the telescope because it's just the right size. But it doesn't have anything to stick to it. So you end up looking for something in the backyard to attach the piece to the telescope, which winds up being some painting tape that you find off to the side, because you could see on the side of the house that William has started painting the house blue. So hence why the painting tape is in the backyard there. But so you find some of that, you tape up the thing to the telescope, and then you find also before that you can also have some fun little moments. There's also some hidden pictures that you could take, because you actually end up borrowing William's camera to like take some like pictures. So there's some hidden pictures that you could take here. There's one you could take in Chloe's room towards the beginning too. You could take a hidden picture there. There's a hidden picture you could take in the attic. And there's one right here in the backyard of a hidden picture you could take here too. But of Chloe specifically. And the one in Chloe's room is also of Chloe. The attic one is not of Chloe because she's not with you. So it's a different hidden photo. But and also they have the big board in the backyard that their childhood selves like drew on. Like that's in the backyard too, so you can see that. Also you can I think they showed it in the trailer. You could like bounce some balls against the board. And then if you start doing that, then you get like a little interaction with Chloe, because Chloe ends up coming over, and y'all end up taking turns doing it, and you could have like a nice little conversation there. And then you can so if you do all that, you can do a little thing, and then you can finally, once you got the glass piece attached to the telescope, you can do a tiny little puzzle where you have to like turn the glass piece around, so that way you could, because it has like a little drawing on it, so you have to like match that drawing to the surroundings in the backyard. So once you do that, once Max does that, she tells Chloe pretty much where the X is pointing to. So once you tell her that and guide her to the guide Chloe to the spot where she stands. So now that you know where the spot is, you get over and join her. Chloe goes and gets some shovels, so you could dig up the treasure. So she gives Max a shovel, and both of them end up shoveling some dirt out off. And then and they stop when they hit something, because they hit something hard. So once they do that, they get down on their knees and they dig up the rest with their bare hands. And then they find something that they did not bury. And then they take it out and they take it to the where the dining room table is, and they put it up on the on one of the dining room chairs, and it turns out to be a metal like beer keg. Before we get into what's inside the beer keg, also you get the little creepy parallel of Chloe and Max digging something up from the ground with their bare hands. I wonder who that reminds me of. Huh, Rachel? No comment on that, Rachel? You sure about that? Okay. But yeah, so you have this beer keg. You open it. You open up the beer keg, and then inside the beer keg is this lunchbox, which the lunchbox is what you actually did bury. And also inside is a letter. Well, not a letter. Another cassette tape and a picture. And Chloe goes to get the cassette player so that way they could listen to the cassette. So she comes back. You put the cassette inside, and you find that that it's a cassette from someone named Bloody Bill, which when you play the recording, it turns out to be William, Chloe's dad. So he came up with like the Bloody Bill like pirate persona, and in the recording he's primarily talking in a pirate voice, and he's like, "Yeah, I found your treasure that you buried, but I didn't take anything. What I ended up doing was putting it inside something that can last longer, because I don't know how long you guys intend to leave it down there before you come back and get it. So I put it inside something safer to be in, and then reburied it." Because he's like, with all like the wind, the rain, and everything, that the lunchbox you buried it in is gonna, whatever's inside it is gonna get messed up and damaged like pretty quickly. So that's why he put it in the big metal beer keg instead, because it would be a lot safer in there. And he also says that so he stops doing the pirate voice towards the end of the recording, and he's like, "I just want you both to know that I'm very proud of both of you," and all that stuff. And then Chloe ends up turning it off because she's like, he's getting all like mushy and sentimental and stuff. So then you both end up opening the lunchbox to see what you both put in there, and it ends up being like a couple of little mementos, like a piece of comic of a comic y'all drew and wrote together, a little stuffed squid animal, two letters to each other, like pretty much like two letters to each other, but each other from the future. So it's kind of like your past self talking to your future self type of deal. That's how the letters are supposed to be written. But yeah, it has a couple of like quirky things in it, and some things that are written in it that are also kind of heartbreaking, because you kind of know by this point, if you played everything in release order, by the time you get to here, you already know what's in their futures, especially depending on choices that you made. So you know what's in their futures. So reading these letters of both of theirs is pretty heartbreaking in certain aspects, because you're reading it and you're like, that's not gonna happen. So in any case, they do that. They also find Chloe finds a old little scratch art, very old school scratch art stuff. So she decides to, like, I'm gonna go sit down and draw something on this while you look at all the stuff that was in our little time capsule lunchbox. Ooh, excuse me. So in any case, after you look at all the stuff in the lunchbox, that was in the lunchbox, that you kind of spread out on the dining room table so you could look at everything. Then you find also the picture that's in that William put in the keg, along with the lunchbox, is a picture of Chloe and William in their pirate outfits together. So that's kind of a sweet little photo. And then we have the Max, after she looks through everything, and you can also, like, look around the first floor area. Everywhere except the garage area. You can't check the garage area. But the living room, the kitchen, the hallway to go upstairs. I don't believe you can go upstairs at this point, but and the front door area and stuff. You can't go outside though. Well, outside the front door, you could still go to the backyard, I believe. Or you can't at this point, probably not. But yeah. So after you do all that, you can also get a little bit of you could get a moment of calm, little interaction here with Chloe, because Chloe's, like, sitting on the couch with her legs and stuff across the couch, so she's leaning on the arm of the couch and not sitting like back to back with the couch. So Max kind of goes to sit on the couch, and Chloe just pretty much, like, puts her legs over Max's legs as she's sitting on the couch, and then you can pretty much just sit there for a while, like, just relax. There's also, like, a photo album that you could look through and stuff, and then you can find some photos around, and then you have, like, this one picture of Chloe where she, like, has a hat on her head and she's, like, jumping up and down on the couch, but she's, like, really young. So you can so when you look at that photo, you could tell Chloe to see if you can kind of reenact the photo. So you find like a hat on the coffee table, and you could give her the hat, and then she'll put like the hat on and try to make a like a little wacky little pose so you can take a picture of it. Um, and then and then once you tell her that you're done looking at everything, that's when she'll show you what she's been drawing on the scratch art. And this depends on what she draws depends on certain things that you've done leading up to this point. Like there's like she'll draw like a regular picture of Max if you haven't done any of the little secret interactions. But if you did a couple, then the game will choose the most I guess the most secret interaction is the one that the picture will be. So of the little secret interactions, you can get I don't know if these are all of them, but these are the ones that I usually see, or the ones I usually see, or the ones I usually get. But it's either if you when you're in the Chloe's room upstairs and you're trying to find stuff to throw away, you can find this like old Jawbreaker of theirs, and then you can choose to actually lick the Jawbreaker. Like Chloe kind of like dares you to lick the Jawbreaker, and if you do it, she ends up being like impressed, and then you could give her the Jawbreaker, and Chloe will actually lick the Jawbreaker also. So the picture will either be will be a picture of Max eating like licking a Jawbreaker, but the Jawbreaker is like huge. It kind of reminds me. It's almost like if any of you ever seen the Cartoon Network show, the Cartoon Network cartoon Ed, Edd n Eddy. It's the size of those Jawbreakers from that show, cause it's pretty huge. So so obviously it's an exaggerated photo that picture that Chloe draws, but seeing the Jawbreaker that big pretty much reminded me of Ed, Edd n Eddy. The first time I played through that episode, I was like, "Hey, Ed, Edd n Eddy." But yeah, so it's either that, or if you're in the during the backyard section, when you're trying to figure out to get the tape so you can tape the glass piece onto the telescope, you can actually find off in the corner a little tiny grave to Chloe's cat, because the cat got run over by a car, and that's how that cat died. Which is kind of ironic because William's death was also by a car, so it's kind of weird how the cat suffered that fate before William did. But yeah, but so you can find that grave, and then once you've interacted with that grave, you could also go over to this tiny little garden of flowers that they made in the backyard, because they put like a tire, and then they filled up the tire area and like made a tiny little garden. And you could take one of those flowers out of that little garden, and you could put the flower on the cat's little grave. And also, that is the same cat. It's the same cat that I believe you see some pictures of Chloe with a cat in the original game too. But more importantly, as far as this game goes, you also see a picture of the cat in like a little pirate costume also earlier within this episode. And it's also the same cat that Chloe has a picture of in her school locker. Because depending on the dialogue you choose during the Two Truths and a Lie game that you play with Rachel in the first episode when you're on the train, she would mention that she's seen the picture of a cat that Chloe has in her locker. Which you also see the exact picture in the beginning of episode 2 when you're looking at when you have to clean out the locker after getting suspended or expelled. You can actually like see the picture and actually take the picture and put it away, like put it in your pocket. So that's the same exact thing. Also, a funny little thing. I'll mention it later during the character section of the game, but during the character rankings. But in any case, so it'll be, so if you do all that the little cat stuff, Chloe will have drawn a picture of you with the cat, like holding the cat like in your arms and stuff, which is pretty sweet. And you get, and Max has a special like interaction depending on what the picture is, which is pretty cool. If you get the cat one, Max kind of almost like gets like kind of emotional and almost starts crying, which Chloe like immediately is like, calm down, like tries to make sure she doesn't start crying. And then it's at this point that you get another chance to tell her that you're moving, or don't tell her. But this time, if you do try to tell her, this time, then it actually works and you actually do tell her. So, so if you do tell her, then she winds up telling you that she already knew. And if you tried to tell her earlier and she cut you off, she pretty much tells you that, like, I meant to cut you off because I already knew this whole time, and I intentionally wanted this whole this day to not be a sad one. I wanted us to have fun before you move. Which is pretty sweet. And then Max kind of gets a little emotional because she's like, I'll watch, like we'll write to each other, we'll stay in contact and stuff, and saying that I'm worried that we won't, that I won't be okay and stuff. And Chloe's pretty much like, don't worry about it. It was like, she pretty much says, we're always together, even when we're not. We're always together, which is really sad and poetic, and is kind of true in a way, because even throughout Before the Storm, when Max isn't around, like she's not there by that point, the fact that Chloe writes letters to Max all the time, the fact that throughout the game during certain conversations and stuff, Max does get mentioned by Chloe, and another character does. And technically, Ethan also mentions Max too. Well, not Ethan. I mean Elliot. Elliot mentions Max also. Specifically, he mentions Max during episode 3 when they're in James's office and Chloe found the money and all the secrets that James was hiding. And then Elliot shows up there because he followed you. Because in his words, he was worried, but, you know, kind of creepy though. But yeah, during that conversation, during that confrontation, when he's trying to convince Chloe that she should be listening to him and not paying attention to Rachel, he does kind of throw in Chloe's face that who was there when Max left you and stuff, when Max left and things like that. So it is kind of true what Chloe does say, that they're always together even when they're not, because Max got referenced and talked about throughout Before the Storm also, so that's pretty crazy. But in any case, well, not crazy, but it makes perfect sense as to why she would get mentioned. But yeah, so she so pretty much Chloe is the one that's trying to make Max feel better about moving and not be so so sad about it. Also, hey, the reason why Max even moves to begin with is because that her dad, I believe it's her dad specifically, got a job in Seattle, so that's why they're moving, because since he got this new job, and obviously he needs to get closer to the job so he could work, then obviously they all have to move. So that's what happened there. That's why she's moving. So after that, because you're probably wondering, this episode sounds pretty like sweet and wholesome and stuff so far, but as you quickly learn, in these Life is Strange games, most of the time, there's usually something that's going to happen to fuck up any sweet and nice moments that are happening. And that is 100% the case right here. Because after Chloe calms down Max and is like, we'll be fine and stuff. We're the bestest friends and whatnot, and we're gonna be fine. Chloe's like, okay, so now let's, after we got the sad stuff out the way, let's do something fun with the rest of the day. And as soon as Chloe goes off to the side to go find something for them to do, immediately the front door opens, which Max sees because she has a clear line of sight where she's standing directly to the front door. So she immediately sees the door open, and you see Joyce at the door, because she's the one that opened the door. So you see her there. She's clearly upset, and if you look behind her, there is a police officer waiting behind her also. Which I don't think a lot of people really point that out, is that she was escorted back home with the police. That the police actually were the ones that brought her to the house. And Chloe notices that Max is looking directly at the front door. So she immediately comes back to Max and is like, and sees her looking at the front door. So she looks at Max and then looks directly at the door, sees her mom, and then she pretty much says mom, walks over to, like power walks over to the door, to her mom. And this is where the, all dialogue stops. So you don't hear anything from anybody at this point. So now it's all visual, and this is where the song starts, the ending song starts playing, which is a really good song, by the way. It's called Black Flies. It's a really sad song, which is really appropriate for what's about to be revealed here. So Chloe and Joyce are talking. So whatever Joyce told her is clearly really bad, because Chloe immediately starts getting really upset, starts looking like she's starting to cry, and then falls to the ground with her mom. So they're sitting on the floor. And then it cuts back to Max, and Max is kind of confused as to what's going on, because there's enough distance that I guess she can't really hear what they're talking about. But she immediately starts putting things together, because she looks over at the picture of William and Chloe, and immediately she immediately knows exactly what Chloe's upset about, and she ends up crying herself, like starts bawling. And then from there, the song's playing throughout all of this. The song's really long, which is appropriate because this whole ending section is really long. So after that, it cuts to the funeral at the cemetery, where the funeral already kind of finished, because certain people are walking off, and you also see Max and Max's parents are there. You see them talking in the corner, and meanwhile, right lined up next to William's casket is Joyce. Chloe's in the middle, and Max is right. Well, from my point of view, she's on Chloe's left side. So they're just pretty much silent there, and then Max's dad walks over to Max and taps her on the shoulder, you know, pretty much telling her, like, it's time to go. So Max looks over at Chloe. Chloe's not even paying attention to nobody. She's just staring at the casket. And the casket is closed. So you don't see William's body. You do see a close up of the gravestone, the couple's gravestone that does have William's name on it, and also foreshadowing of, depending on what ending you got in the original, you already know who winds up being in the grave right next to him. So there's that really sad foreshadowing. Also, the dress that Max is wearing it's not directly the same dress that Max wears at the Chloe's funeral, if you go with that ending. The only real difference is this funeral dress has black sleeves, and Chloe and Max isn't wearing the deer necklace. So in the original, the dress is the same, except it's sleeveless and she's wearing the deer necklace. So the fact that the funeral dress that she wears is so close to the one that she wears in that ending in the original game is even more sad. So Max looks over at Chloe. She doesn't have there's nothing she can really say. So she pretty much just walks over to her parents. So she's walking over, and then she turns around, takes one last look at everybody, like William's casket, Joyce, and Chloe. Because meanwhile, Joyce is just still crying over on the side there. And Max turns around, takes one last look, and then it cuts to it not smash cuts, it fade cuts into Max, like her top half in the same position, but now she's in the back of her parents' car. And they start to drive away. And then you notice that the trunk of the car has a bunch of suitcases and everything. And the trunk is kind of wrapped up to try to keep the door closed. And it becomes obvious that Max ends up moving, like finally moving, the same exact day directly after the funeral. Which makes it even more of a punch in the gut. So, like, because my understanding is that clearly they were supposed to move a little while after the accident happened. But clearly because of the accident, they ended up postponing the move until after the funeral, clearly. Which is why after the funeral is when they wind up making the drive to Seattle. So, and all of this is done visually. Like, nobody is telling you anything. So, it's really, really good how well Deck Nine put this this scene together, that with no dialogue, and you can immediately just visually piece together like all the emotions and the time framing of when things are happening and stuff, and put stuff together. It's also really good that nobody specifically said that William was like in a car accident or anything. That it was all done silently through emotion, and all you needed was for Max to put it together by just looking at the picture for a split second and really putting it together. Like, you didn't need the dialogue of Chloe like crying out like dad or anything, or for Max to say William or anything. Like, you didn't need it there. You just needed to you put it together by just the visuals happening. So Max drives off, and at the same time you see like from Max's point of view, like what she's seeing as the car's like driving. So you see Joyce and Chloe and whatnot getting smaller as they're driving out of the cemetery. And then from there it cuts to Joyce and Chloe getting back home. Also at the funeral, at the cemetery, Joyce tried to kind of give Chloe a hug, but Chloe ended up like cause she stares at the casket the whole time. She ends up kind of like doing a little bit of this, like when Joyce tries to like touch her, she immediately just jerks over a little bit. After she does that, Joyce just pulls away. So, which is also kind of a metaphor for how that relationship, well, it's kind of symbolic for where that relationship is gonna go from this point on. So, a little bit of foreshadowing on that one. So yeah, after the cemetery, Joyce and Chloe get home. Joyce just stands by the front door for a while. Meanwhile, Chloe just very sadly and slowly just walks up to her room. And when she gets into the room, after she closes the door and turns around to start walking, she kicks into the tape player, the cassette player, with a cassette already inside and a sticky note on it that says "I'm sorry" written on it. To where Chloe is like looking around the room like where the hell did this come from? So she ends up taking the recorder, sitting down on the floor next to the recorder, and plays it. And it's at this point where obviously dialogue is going to start being played. And it's a recording from Max, pretty much. And this recording can be different depending on if you told Chloe you were moving or not. Because if you didn't tell her you were moving, then pretty much most of the recording is pretty much apologizing for not telling Chloe before and stuff like that. So it's not it's not the most emotional way to kind of end things. But if you did tell Chloe, then this recording from Max turns in more to pretty much trying to comfort Chloe and pretty much apologizing for pretty much I couldn't come up with like the right words to tell you face to face. So I kind of left this recording here to still try to tell you what I'm feeling and what I'm trying to say. Pretty much also reiterating the fact that reiterating that you'll will still keep in touch. You'll come and visit me in Seattle and stuff, and it'll be like we never left, which we do know doesn't end up happening, because they in Before the Storm you could see that they did like initially like text back and forth, but eventually Max stopped replying to texts like after a while, so we know that doesn't happen. And technically we also know that Chloe never winds up going to visit Max in Seattle at all anyway, because in the original game, when you're catching up with Chloe, some of the main topics in the beginning of the first episode is pretty much Chloe asking like, how was Seattle, what did you like how things been, what you did, and like stuff like that. So it's very obvious that she never went to visit Max at all, sadly, for whatever reason. Most likely because potentially because Max ghosted her and didn't like reply to her after a while. Most likely Chloe just ended up being like, well, fuck it, if you don't wanna talk to me, then why should I like bother going up there or anything anyway. Especially like, how are you gonna plan going up there anyway if the person isn't replying to you? Because then it's like, when are they free? When would it be a good time to even go over there? Like, how would that work out? So you can't even plan that because the person's not even talking to you. So, but in any case, so at the end of the conversation, at the end of the recording, meanwhile, I will say Chloe's, the way they animated Chloe's reactions as Max's recording is being played is really good. Like, I really like the different like facial expressions and some of the body language and stuff that she does as the recording is going on. So really great job that they did in visually conveying like all the emotion and everything that Chloe's going through. Because Chloe doesn't say anything during this whole thing. The only thing you hear is Max's voice in the recording. So very, very, very good job during this whole thing. So at the end of the end of the recording, Max, depending on whether you chose to tell Chloe that you were moving earlier or not, if you did tell her you were moving, at the end of this conversation, Max will steal Chloe's line from earlier, right before Joyce came into the house, of what Chloe said, which is no matter what happens, we're always Max and Chloe, even when we're apart. Pretty much. But, and then, Max just ends the recording with a very tearful, goodbye, which Chloe's action here also parallel the last position Chloe's in right before the episode, ends. She pretty much grabs the tape recorder, is clutching it to her chest, and then she pretty much like lays on the floor in like a curled up fetal position while holding the recording to her chest. Which, if you've noticed, a little bit of like visual foreshadowing too, visual referencing, is she's in a similar position to where she is in the first game, if you chose to let her get shot by Nathan. She's pretty much in the same position. The only difference is well, obviously her arms are preoccupied holding the tape recorder, but also she's in a mirrored position. Cause in the original game, her head is facing on the right side, but in the farewell ending here, her head is facing the left side. So it's kind of funny how they made like a mirrored position of them, pretty much. So, plus I do like that these references aren't like so in your face that they're like trying to yell at you that this is a reference. It's one of those it's those things that you just catch if you're familiar with them. Plus it also works both ways. Because if you play this first, and then when you get to the original game, and some of these moments do come up, then it also works in reverse, and you'll be like, oh, this is like them digging up the buried treasure. Oh, this is like when she's holding the tape recorder at the end. Like it works both ways. So yeah, it's really short. So that's where the episode ends. There's no stats for these. Primarily for these like the short DLC episodes that they put with some of these games. There's no stats or anything that come up at the end of these episodes. It's just the end credits and that's it. Like there's none of that you could figure out for these. But yeah, so with all that, where am I going to put the farewell episode? Let's see. Anyone can take a Let's see. Anyone take a guess where I'm going to put the farewell episode? Let's see. So, we're going to put the farewell episode bam. We're gonna put it right up there. With one of the only reasons that it's gonna be on the bottom end here is because, as I said, it's a very short episode. You can get through it within like an hour or so, if you're like doing everything. You could get through it a lot quicker if you're not doing everything. But yeah. But also, it also perfectly perfectly encapsulates like what Life is Strange is, because one, there's no powers in this. Like, there's no supernatural powers because it's young Max, so this is long before she even gets the time powers to begin with. So she so it's primarily just like a character piece of like the introduction of the interactions, how everything, like the wholesomeness and everything that's happening, but also how that can just change in an instant and immediately becomes extremely sad. Like how the games tend to throw a curveball at you right when you're least expecting it and just kick the crap out of you. So that's why I think, you know, it's really good. Plus, fuck, I had it and then it like poofed away. I had a thought and then it disappeared. Hold on, I'm trying. Now I'm trying to think of what was I about to say, because I was about to say something and then it just flew right out. If I remember it, then I'll say it. But also, this is as far as the fans go, this is definitely like most people who play Before the Storm always has generally the big positive things to say about the farewell episode. Like a lot of people have problems with Before the Storm overall, but a lot of fans do agree that the farewell episode is just really, really good. Also, I'm over here losing trains of thought over here. But yeah, these episodes, it's just really emotional. Plus, Plus, this is actually no. I'm not gonna say it because I don't want to spoil. I don't want to spoil anything until we get to it. Once we get to it, then everything is fair game. But I'm only gonna spoil things as they get brought up. But so with that, oh, that's what I was gonna talk about. There are some. There is a major inconsistency at the beginning of the farewell episode that if it was me, I would have not included that line. I would have actually taken out that line because if that line is not in the episode, then it works. But because that line is in there, it leads to like a big continuity issue. And that's during the scene where Chloe and Max are blowing up the Barbie dolls. When Chloe mentions that when Max tells her, wouldn't your mom be mad if she discovered like a hole in the floor from blowing up the dolls? Chloe responds with, "Don't worry, she's not gonna hear a thing. She's probably cooking with the radio on." Which, if you've played the original flashback, the original game, during the flashback when they're small, Joyce is already gone. Like, she left way earlier in the morning, and William was still there. So Joyce wouldn't even be home at all. So it makes no sense as to why there would be a line like that when Joyce is supposed to be long gone. And we know once the reveal happens that this is on the same day as the car accident, we already know that William has already left to go pick up Joyce. Which is why William is physically not there. Like, once we go downstairs and everything, nobody's in the house. Is because Joyce is long gone and William already went to go pick her up. So that's probably the biggest like problem with the game, with the episode, is because that Joyce line, all you needed to do was get rid of it. Like, that line didn't need to be there, and the big continuity issues wouldn't even be a problem. But because that line is in there, then that's where the continuity issues come from. And I already know what some people are probably also gonna say, because I didn't say it, because it's not a continuity problem, is that, oh, if this is supposed to be the same day that William died, then why isn't Max and Chloe wearing the same clothes that they wore during the flashback in the original game? Because we know exactly the clothes that they wear because we played through it in the original game. And the answer is hidden. The answer is cleverly hidden because they don't directly tell you. It's something you have to look around Chloe's room and you find the answer. Because if you look by Chloe's front room, by the door of Chloe's room, you will find that there's a pile of clothes there. Right? Because clearly this episode takes place later in the day after William leaves. Because the original flashback in the original game ends a little while after William is gone. So clearly this takes place later in the day. Like, not drastically later, because it's still like from the time of day that you could see when you're outside and out the window and when you're looking out windows and stuff. It's around maybe the afternoon time. So clearly when William left, it was probably like late morning time. So not a huge stretch of time has passed. So when you look at those pile of clothes, if you're looking closely at the pile of clothes, if you look at the bottom of the pile, you will see at the bottom of the pile of clothes is the t-shirts, the t-shirt that Max wears during the flashback, and I believe the sweater, because I believe Chloe was wearing a sweater during the flashback. But either way, you see the clothes that both of them wear during the flashback is on the bottom of the pile of clothes. And then when you examine, when you can examine the pile of clothes, by examine I mean you look at it when you have moments where Max can look at something and then she comments on what she looks at. When she looks at the pile of clothes, she comments that she has the little inner monologue lines. With the clothes, she says that Joyce told you and Chloe, well, specifically Chloe, in the morning before she left to work, to obviously look through all of your stuff and get rid of, what doesn't fit, what you don't need anymore, or what you don't want and everything, and get rid of it. And Max says that when they started doing it, before clearly Chloe has the idea of blowing up the Barbie dolls, that they spent the day, the first half of their time trying on a bunch of different clothes, hence the pile. And that's why the pile of the clothes they were wearing in the flashback is at the bottom of the pile, because those are the clothes that they changed out of to start the thing. And that's why they're in completely different clothes at the beginning of this episode, because they went through a bunch of wardrobe changes before that. So yeah, it's that is not a continuity issue. That is it's only a continuity issue if you didn't look around, if you weren't observant enough. But it's not an issue that was in a continuity issue that was 100% on purpose and was intentional. It does have an explanation within the episode itself. You just have to be observant enough and find it. Plus, it's not that hard to find. Like, the pile of clothes is pretty big. So, yeah, the only big continuity issue is the Joyce lines that Chloe says at the beginning. Because those lines make absolutely no sense. Like, that has no explanation for it. That's just that's just clearly, I think, somebody, whoever's job it was to look through the dialogue and like catch these things, clearly didn't catch that. Because if someone caught that, I'm pretty sure they would have said, "Can we cut this line? Can we cut this section of dialogue because this section doesn't make sense?" So, but yeah, but unfortunately they didn't catch it, and it's in the game, so can't really avoid that at this point. But in any case, it was a really good episode, and completely justifies being up here, even though it's even though it's low, it's on the lowest end of the tier here. So now we're going to be jumping into this episode is going to be really quick. We're going to be jumping into technically this is not DLC. Technically, when this came out, it was originally presented as like a demo of Life is Strange 2. And this is The Awesome Adventures of Captain Spirit. And this is very, because this was free, because this is a free episode, so you could download it and play through it completely free. This was released a couple of I think a couple of months before the first episode of Life is Strange 2 came out. So before we start getting into The Awesome Adventures of Captain Spirit, which is going to be a pretty quick conversation because this episode is very quick to get through. We will. Where's the little trailer at? There it is. Oh no, that's episode 2. Where's Captain Spirit? There it is. Here we go.
Spirit of my silence, I can hear you, but I'm afraid to be near you, and I don't know where to begin, and I don't know where to begin.
It's just me, Captain Spirit. This is Chris to the Flying Fortress. Have you spotted Snowmancer? Not yet. Keep me posted.
Chris, breakfast.
Okay, Dad. You're drinking beer?
I don't need a lecture from my son.
I always get picked last for the team at school, and they never throw the ball to me.
They can't tell stories like you can they?
No way. Start the launch. Too late! Emergency!
You're too weak to fight me.
This time, you won't get away from me. I miss Mom's smile.
Me too. You're probably gonna change the world.
I hope so.
I know so.
Captain Spirit is here!
The Awesome Adventures of Captain Spirit. Download for free from June 26th.
Okay. So, yeah, that was, actually, let's set up, where's, there it is.
Peggy 18.
There we go. Okay, so, we'll just have that to the side. Alright, so, so as you can see, there's a little bit of stuff going on there, but there's not the biggest thing happening. So first off, as the trailer shows, you're playing as this little kid named Chris, which I believe of all the playable characters in any of the Life is Strange stuff at all, that you play as from the very beginning. Like, as far as like main stories and everything go, from the very start, Chris, I believe, is the youngest character that you play as. Because I believe he's like 9 or 10 years old in the game, so he's really young. And he's also the first male playable character we've played as. Because obviously in the original game, it was Max. In Before the Storm, it was Chloe. And then in Farewell, it was Max again. So with Captain Spirit, it's the first time that we're playing as a boy, alongside being a kid. So that was a little difference. Pretty much at the beginning of the episode, of the little episode here, Chris is playing with, pretty much playing pretend with his toys and whatnot. So you pretty much play pretend. Your dad pretty much calls you over to, I think to eat. That he made like something to eat or something. So you go do that. And during eating, I believe, at some point you end up talking to your dad and while you're eating or whatnot, and it's pretty much that, you know, reflecting a little bit on how you miss your mother, which your mother, stop me if you've heard this before, Chris's mom wound up getting killed in a car accident. I don't know what's with the trend. What is with the trend of characters getting killed by car accidents? Whether they're in a car and get hit by another car, or whether they're not in a car but still get hit by a car. Because we have Chloe's cat, then we have Chloe's dad, William, and then now we have Chris's mom, all having some sort of death by car. But in any case, yeah, you know, your dad is also still sad about it. You also come to find that that your dad is also really depressed, is a big alcoholic because he gets drunk a lot. Also that your dad, I believe he either got let go from work, got fired, or whatnot. Like he's not working right now, and he's trying to find another job. And your and you also have a concerned neighbor that's kind of having like big concerns over the well-being of Chris himself because he's a child, and is kind of trying to give Chris's dad some slack, but is also like debating on whether to try to get like child services involved, because in that situation they would most likely take Chris away from his dad, because his dad is in no shape right now to like support a kid. So really, really fucked up situation that they're in. But you know. But yeah, so after the dinner and everything, your dad takes a can of beer, like from a bunch of beers he has. He takes a can. He goes to the living room to go watch. I believe he's watching football or something. The point is, he's watching some sport, right? So he's pretty much drinking while watching that. As you're doing stuff, he starts commenting like on the game because, like, you know, like, oh, my team didn't score type of thing, and he gets like a little bit upset. So pretty much a majority of what you're doing in here is just kind of doing some chores around the house, like cleaning up some stuff, doing some laundry. You can like play around with some of the toys. You can find some stuff around to make your like Captain Spirit like hero costume, which has several different variations to it that you can do, because it all depends on the stuff you find around the house and stuff, and you can like put the stuff together. I say house, but it's more of a, it's almost like a trailer situation, but it's like, it's not like a house. It's kind of like a small little thing. I don't know what you would call it, but it's not like a full house. But yeah, you can find some stuff around to make your Captain Spirit costume. And there's some pretty fun variations to it. So it's pretty customizable, which is really cool. That's probably the biggest like mechanic within this short little episode. Because it's a lot of because there's some pretty good amount of variation in it. There's also certain moments in the game where you can in this episode where you can like have Chris's imagination kind of get visualized. Like he could imagine like fighting like for instance, there's a part where he goes to where you can go and check on like boiler, right? To make sure the boiler's working, and he's kind of like afraid because it's like kind of dark in the boiler area and stuff like that. Um and that fear can turn, like, he could turn it into like an imagination to where the boiler is kind of represented by this like darkness monster or something. And then when you like overcome it, like everything turns back to normal and stuff like that. So there's like little instances of that where his imagination like can get visualized. Like cause you saw a little bit of that in the little trailer. Cause they showed like the little boiler scene, I believe, with like the darkness and whatnot. They showed an instance where like he's on like this planet in space and stuff. So he has like those little moments of fantasy that kind of gets like visually represented that you can see. Also, there's certain Easter eggs that you can find around the house. Most of them concern Chris's mom. And like there's some books that Chris's mom used to read, right? And one of the books is actually a book that was authored by Mr. Jefferson, which I believe it's one of his I believe it's obviously one of his old books from way before the original game and everything. Cuz clearly it wouldn't be after the original game, because he would either be dead or he would be in jail. So so yeah, I forget specifically what the name of the book is, but I believe it's like obviously has to do with photography and stuff. But which leads into my other reference is you can also find a letter that was sent to your mom, and it's from Blackwell Academy, and I believe it's specifically from Principal Wells. So pretty much like showing that like, oh, your mom went to Blackwell at some point. Like she, I believe she like graduated from Blackwell and like stuff like that. So that's pretty interesting. And she potentially really liked photography because she has a book from Jefferson and stuff like that. So unless she was one of those creepy people that's really into like serial killers and like fucked up people and stuff. Unless she has like a weird obsession with that, then maybe it's something like that. But either way, it's some nice little references to the original game, which I think is kind of nice. Like, yet again, it's not something that's in your face. It's something Dontnod literally wanted to reference the original game, but not make the main focus of the game about the original. Because we're dealing with completely new characters and stuff here, so it's like, here's a little reference, but it's something that you have to kind of look for. It's not something that's going to be shoved in your face. Which I appreciate. So after you do a bunch of the chores around the house, like like shoveling the outside of snow. Because as you can see in the trailer, this takes place around the winter time. So there's a bunch of snow around. So as you're doing all this, you will notice that your dad has fallen asleep while watching TV. Even before that, you could also have a little interaction where he finished a beer, and you could actually go and get him another beer and give him another beer, which kind of drives home the fact of how much of an alcoholic he is. So yeah, after you do a bunch of the imagination sequences, make your costume and do all that, with your dad, when he's awake doing some of these things, he'll actually comment on the stuff you're doing, like as you're doing it. So it's pretty interactive in that way. Also, we also introduce a new dialogue mechanic where you could talk to people as you're walking around. So as you're walking around doing stuff, people will talk to you, and in real time as you're walking and stuff, you will actually have dialogue options that you could choose as you're walking around. So that's like one of the new things that Don't Nod put in here, and will use a lot more of in Life is Strange 2 proper. So eventually your dad falls asleep. He's sleeping, and then you get a knock on the door, and you find that when you open the door, it's this old lady who is your next door neighbor. Because they blatantly like tell you this. Plus, your dad kind of made a little reference to her like earlier, so you could pretty much know like, oh, this is the neighbor. And pretty much asking you like, you know, how are you, how your dad is, because, you know, she's concerned about what's going on. So yeah, he can kind of so you can pretty much like tell her some stuff. You could kind of cover for your dad in this situation too, to try to make everything seem okay, even though things are clearly not okay. But you can make things seem okay, so that way she isn't as big of an issue for her. Like, kind of like placate her a little bit, so that way she can stop being nosy for a little while. So you can do that. Either way, when you're done with the conversation with her, she leaves. And then your dad kind of wakes up because of the conversation. And then he's obviously drunk because he's getting up, and then he tries to get up off the chair, and then he ends up falling and kind of like hurting himself a little bit. And then he pretty much tells you that kind of gets upset a little bit at the lady, and depending on what you say, your dad can be pretty angry, and then he'll end up getting angry. Like, obviously he's gonna get angry at you, but he could also kind of get a little violent, not extremely violent. Like, we're not gonna see his dad beat the shit out of a little kid, because the game's not going to go that far. Don't Nod doesn't take things that far. Because as dark as the original game got, Don't Nod was very didn't take things as extreme as they could have. Like you weren't seeing dead bodies or anything like that, or anyone jumping off of a building and splatting on the floor or anything. Like you weren't seeing anything big. So the same thing is here. Like he gets a little bit of aggressive. I believe he does grab like Chris's arm at a point, and he like aggressively grabs it. So he grabs it in a way where obviously he's hurting Chris. And then he kind of his dad does realize like what he's doing, and then like lets go and gets like starts freaking out over it. And then obviously Chris is getting upset, and then he winds up running out to the backyard. Like he runs out to the backyard. He has a because you could also find this out, like, as you're exploring around. You could actually go to the backyard before everything and find that he has a little tree house that his dad built for him in the tree in the backyard. So you could actually go up there earlier just fine and, like, do some interactions and stuff up there. Nothing really big. But you could kind of see the tree house like before anything. So fast forward to this part where he runs off to the back. He tries to go up to the tree house, like pretty much like to try to get away from everything and like cool off. So he can cool off and his dad can shake off his drunkenness and stuff like that. So he tries to go up, climb up to the treehouse, and what ends up happening is he gets towards the top, and then one of the boards that he climbs up the tree with pops off when he grabs onto it, and he ends up falling off the tree. And then as he's falling and he gets close to the floor, he just stops and he's floating in the air. And he realizes like holy shit, I'm floating in the air. And then as he's realizing this, he slowly just goes to the floor. So after staying in the air for a couple of seconds, he just gets slowly put onto the floor, like laid down. And then Chris gets up and he's like what the fuck just happened? And then he turns to the side and sees in the neighbor's backyard, he sees two boys, a younger boy that kind of looks like him, but a younger boy that's around the same age looks to be around the same age as Chris, and then obviously an older boy because he's taller than the little kid that's right next to him, and both of them are looking at him. So the implication is that they saw him floating for a minute, and then they're looking at him, and then the little kid waves at Chris, and then Chris kind of like waves back, and then we're pretty much done. So yeah, as I said, very quick, very 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 quick. Very quick part here, because because not extremely a lot of stuff happens here. Plus, you're kind of on a timer because, excuse me, because you can't necessarily do every single thing you can do in the game. I mean, you can't necessarily do every single thing you can do within this episode in one playthrough. Because once you do enough stuff, that's when the doorbell rings. And if you ignore the doorbell for too long, then the game pretty much forces you to open the door. So you can't really like do everything. Because once you do enough stuff, then the doorbell rings and then you're kind of like pushed into the end. So that's another thing to keep in mind, like as you're playing it, is that you're secretly on a timer. So so you gotta be aware of that and be conscious of that on that one. So yeah. So after that, just like the farewell episode, there's no stats or anything to go over after this. It's just Chris sees the two boys, and then we cut to credits, and that's it. So it's really short. This one is even shorter than the farewell episode is, I believe. Because this, you could probably run through this within like a half an hour or so. So it's not really the quickest thing. There's also more I can go into this episode, but I'm being vague because there's kind of a twist that happens in Life is Strange 2 that links back into the Captain Spirit episode here. So there's more I can say, but we haven't gotten in there yet for me to explain everything. Because there's still more stuff to come before I piece all that together. So yeah. So with what we have right now, I will put the Captain Spirit episode in a B. It's good. In retrospect, after getting, after going through the entire main story of Life is Strange 2, I do look at Captain Spirit in a different way. In what specific way? We definitely have to finish Life is Strange 2 before we come back to that. But that's pretty much it. But yeah, there's not much to say about this here. As I said, as you see from the soundtrack section, the soundtrack is really limited because of how small the game, how small the episode is. So it doesn't even have that going for it to kind of bump it up a little bit. So this also, as a sign of things to come later, this is the shortest like add-on episode of any of the Life is Strange games so far. Because Farewell is definitely longer than this. You could do a lot more. You could do more in this than Captain Spirit. You could potentially, Captain Spirit can do potentially more stuff than Farewell. Like, it has more options, but as I said, because of that secret timer, you can't do everything. So you can't get the most out of it in one playthrough. So, but for the most part with Farewell, you could get a lot out of it in one playthrough. With this, you kind of can't because of that doorbell. Once you get to that doorbell section, you're pretty much railroaded right to the end because your exploration completely gets halted at that point. So yeah, that's where Captain Spirit lands. But we will come back a little bit to the Captain Spirit discussion later because some stuff in Life is Strange 2 has to happen before we get there. So, with that, we finally get to Don't Not's full return to the Life is Strange franchise because Captain Spirit was a tiny little demo before Life is Strange 2 came out. And Before the Storm, the entire Before the Storm Farewell stuff was made by Deck Nine, a completely different studio. Now Don't Nod can fully present their follow-up to the original game. Keep in mind, I said follow-up, not sequel, because Life is Strange 2, as I said from the beginning, during the development, as I said, when we were getting into the beginning of Before the Storm, Square Enix wanted a follow-up to the original game, wanted Don't Nod to immediately make another game, but Don't Nod had conditions, and as I said, the conditions were that the game was gonna take a while. It wasn't gonna be done very fast. It was gonna take a while. So Square Enix gave them the time they needed, but they still wanted to follow up on the momentum that the first Life is Strange game had. Hence why Square Enix went to Deck Nine and had them make Before the Storm, while Don't Nod was making the full Life is Strange follow-up, which was Life is Strange 2. Because Life is Strange 2 is another 5-episode run. So after doing all that, Don't Nod was finally able to release the first episode of Life is Strange 2. And let's go with a little bit of showing, a little bit of a trailer for the first episode of Life is Strange 2.
What's happening?
What you and your brother have is the most important thing.
Sean! Oh God. Are you okay?
Wish I could go back to my town.
Hey, just the son I wanted to see.
The cops are talking to everybody at school.
Hey, don't ever touch my brother.
I didn't do anything.
Okay, step away, now.
Calm down, officer.
Shut up. On the ground, now.
This is a nightmare.
I'm sorry, Layla. I can't. I have no idea where we are. What I'm doing. Feels like we're walking nowhere.
Sean, I'm scared.
I'm right here. How am I supposed to take care of us out here? I know who you are and what you did. Daniel, no! You and your brother are going to jail for the rest of your lives. Leave us alone. What's happening?
What you and your brother have is the most important thing. He needs you, and you need him.
Daniel, come on! Daniel! Oh my God!
Peggy.
Okay, so, okay, so that's, a thing. Don't worry, we'll talk about it in a minute. I'm surprised they didn't show it. They just gave a bunch of hints at it in that trailer, but they didn't really, show the thing. But we'll discuss that as we go. So, so we begin the game. We begin the first episode with Sean, which in the trailer you see like the older brother, Sean. We begin with him walking home from school with his friend Lila, which is obviously a girl. You kind of heard her a little bit on the phone during the trailer. So you see that. I mean, you have them walking down. They're talking about this party that that a bunch of like the school kids and stuff are gonna be having, and them going to it. This girl that Sean kind of has a little crush on is gonna be going to the party, and Lila's trying to play wingman for him and trying to encourage him to be like, yo, say something to her and like stuff like that, like text her or something and things like that, like and stuff. So Lila's pretty a pretty fun character from the beginning. So that's pretty cool. So they get home. So she walks him to the front of his house. Along the way, once they get closer to the house, Sean's neighbor is being an asshole, being like a racial asshole, cause Sean is Mexican. He's Mexican American. So him and his brother are naturally born U.S. citizens. His dad is the one that legally came over from Mexico to the United States. There's a reason why I'm bringing this stuff up. Because it's very important to set the tone for things to come. So his neighbor's being a racist asshole, whatever. Lila talks some shit about the guy. The guy doesn't do anything. He just stays sitting on his porch just talking shit. So they get past him. They get to Sean's front the front porch of his place. They sit down for a minute, continue talking. They talk about the party and stuff, right? And Sean's gonna go to the party and stuff. Like, they'll meet up later, and he'll bring some party supplies, right, to the party. So he's gonna bring some stuff.
Fine.
So he gets inside. So Sean goes inside, and he runs into his little brother Daniel, who Daniel is like what, like 9, 10 or something. And his dad. I mean, and Sean and Daniel's dad. I believe, what was his dad's name? I think his name was Esteban. I think his name was Esteban. Hold on, let me look this up real quick. Yeah, Esteban. Okay. Actually, let me whoop out the character list for yeah, because I need a character list for as I go through this, because certain characters I don't remember explicitly by name. So I need, like, kind of like a picture to remind me of what character I'm talking about. So in any case, so you got their dad Esteban, and then you have Daniel, the little brother, and they're fighting over like the last, like, what was it, like candy bar or something, and they want Sean to be like the tiebreaker or whatnot. And you could choose whether to give it to Daniel or give it to Esteban or whatever. Doesn't ultimately matter. The whole point of this scene is just to get a feel for how Esteban is as a character and how Daniel is as a character. Which, considering Daniel is a very young kid, most of his characterization within this episode in particular, especially here in the beginning, is really bratty, annoying kid. Like the stereotypical, like, bratty, annoying kid character. That's pretty much what he is. So after you do that, Esteban goes back to his car that he's doing some repair work on, cause he's a mechanic, so he's fixing up his own car and stuff like that. Daniel goes to his room to continue to like play with different stuff. Daniel also has a running joke through a majority of the game where he makes references and stuff to having a crush on Lila, even though Lila is like, she's as old as like Daniel is. I mean, not as Daniel is, as Sean is, because Sean and Lila are in the same class, and I believe Sean is. I think Sean is like 16 or something. So Lila would at least be like 5 or 6 years older than Daniel is. So it's funny too because Sean kind of teases Daniel over it from time to time. So that's kind of a little quirky. Also, sadly, for various reasons that are about to come up later, that's about to come up in a few minutes, is Lila, as good as a character as they initially set her up to be, she is not a romance option. Which would have been interesting if we have like a romance that it would have been nice to see a romance from like being friends and then like kind of going into like a lover's situation potentially, but that's not what happened. You could also make the argument that since we kind of got that in not the biggest degree through Max and Chloe's relationship in the original game, that Don't Nod probably maybe didn't want to go down that route again, but I would have liked to go down that route to potentially do a lot more with it. But yeah, they didn't really do it, which is kind of sad, because I did enjoy Lila as a character, but she's not, for various reasons, she's not around for a majority of the game. So, but yeah. Sean ends up, once the Daniel and Esteban thing is done, Sean starts gathering up some stuff to take to the party, right? So you could go to Daniel and kind of like talk to him a little bit. Kind of shows a little bit of the brotherly bond between them, because even though like Daniel gets on Sean's like nerves a lot, like any siblings would do. Like I don't have siblings personally, but pretty much all my friends that I've been around always had siblings, whether it's like sisters, brothers, combinations of both. So I've seen and heard from pretty much all my friends how their relationships with their siblings are. So Sean and Daniel's thing, I could get a feel for and be like, okay, this is a baseline of what they're going with. And then we can go to after your little interaction with Daniel, when you go to his room and you can talk to him. You end up you can go to the garage and talk to Esteban. And with Esteban, you can help him like repair the car a little bit. Like he'll ask you for some specific like tools that he needs, and you can go find it for him and give it to him and stuff. Then you can go to then Esteban will tell you about the party that you're going to, like what you're gonna do and stuff and this and that. Are you gonna smoke? Are you gonna drink? Like stuff like that. The little takeaway here is that you can be completely honest and upfront with him. And if you are, then he'll thank you for being honest with him, and he'll actually give you some money. You could also take money from like the change jar that's like in the kitchen area too if you want to. Because money is actually a mechanic in this game. So that's another one of the new things that that this game introduces, is actually having money and being able to buy certain things if you have enough money from various different things you can do throughout the game. So that's another like interesting mechanic that they do, but it doesn't. It's an interesting mechanic that they don't utilize enough of in really interesting ways. Like we'll get to examples of that later, but especially within this episode, like there's some examples of what you can do with the money, but we'll get to that in a few. But you get so you can get that money from him, which is fine. And then once you do all that, you can go back to your room. You could get like a little bit of collectibles. There's 2 different collectibles that you could get throughout this game. And that is, you could get patches. You could find patches and like little keychains, and you could put them on your book bag. Because since you're gonna be carrying your book bag around, you could kind of customize like your book bag. So pretty much kind of like how Before the Storm introduced wearing different clothes and stuff, where Chloe could change into different clothes in every episode. In this, you could get keychains and patches that you could put on the book bag. And you could do the customization for your book bag, you could do on the fly. Like there's no specific points in the game where you have to do it. Like once you're able to start doing that, you could immediately start doing it at any point pretty much in the game. So pretty much like once you find one of those collectibles, you could immediately be like, oh, I want to put this on my book bag. You can just do it right there. And the other collectible is, because every Life is Strange protagonist, a playable character that you have, has to have like an artistic side in some way. So Max had her photography in the original game, and Chloe had her graffiti that she draws in Before the Storm. So for Life is Strange 2, Sean's thing is drawing. He makes like sketches in his notebook and stuff. So he draws stuff. So those are like the little collectibles that you can find and do throughout the whole game. And when you're in your room, you could make your first like drawing. You could do your first like drawing example for the game. So there's that. So anyway, after you get all the stuff for the party, right, you pack it into your book bag, right, and then you go to your room, because you leave the book bag kind of next to the front door, so that way you don't so pretty much that way you don't forget it on the way out, right? So you go to your room, and then you give Lila a call to pretty much update her on like, okay, I got the supplies, this is what I'm bringing. If your dad gave you money, that you have like some money to buy some extra stuff or whatnot when we get there and stuff like that, if we need anything. So you do that. As you're talking to her, Daniel comes into the room and pretty much wants to show you his zombie Halloween costume that he's working on. Which the only thing he really has is kind of like a ripped up shirt, and he made some fake blood and kind of like put some fake blood on his shirt. So he hasn't like done full makeup or anything, really. So he still looks normal aside from the fake blood and the ripped up shirt. So he comes in to show Sean. Sean gets upset because he just barged into his room and whatnot. And he's trying to talk to Lila, and he's like interrupting the conversation and stuff. So Sean pretty much throws him out of his room, right? While Lila is still on the phone, because he's pretty much like video chatting her. I believe they're not. In retrospect, I don't think they're on the phone. I think they might be. I think he might be on like computer video chat or something, I believe. So the point is, Lila can see like what Sean did. So when Sean comes back to the desk, Lila pretty much like kind of like chews him out a little bit over it, and she's like, you know, you're kind of being a dick and stuff. And Sean kind of like defends himself a little bit, and he's like, and it was like he acts nice around you, but when it's just the two of us, he can act like an asshole and stuff too. Like Daniel could be an annoying brat and stuff. So he kind of like tries to defend himself with Lila. So as they continue to talk, right? Because you could see, because right behind the computer where the desk is a window that shows the front of the house, so the front yard. And if you're paying attention, because as you're talking with Lila, you could move the camera around and interact with different things as you're sitting at the desk talking with her, right? So if you could potentially miss this if you're not paying attention. You can, if you have the camera positioned to where you're looking at the window, where you can see the window, after a minute, after you kick Daniel out of the room, you can see Daniel walk past the window in the front of the yard, right? You could see him walk past. And then after he walks past, after a little while, Sean notices that there's like a commotion or whatnot happening in front of the house, right? So he pretty much like excuses himself from Lila's conversation because Lila's like, "What's going on?" And Sean's pretty much like, "There's something going on outside. Give me a minute." And then like pretty much like leaves. So he goes to the front of the house to investigate like what's going on. And he finds the racist neighbor is arguing with Daniel, and you see that the neighbor has like the fake blood like spilled on his like shirt. And it's like, okay, so that's clearly why the guy is like, the racist guy is like really pissed off. And pretty much Daniel is like making like some excuses and being like, "Oh, I just wanted to like I was just like out here for whatever reason." So that leads to a confrontation, right? So Sean is kind of trying to get Daniel to go back inside the house, right? And as he's trying to do that, the racist neighbor is pretty much like saying like, "Yeah, go," and whatnot, and pretty much starts shouting like racial stuff of like, "Yeah, go back to your country," and stuff like that. So it's at that point that Sean gets like upset, and you can choose to like well, before the thing with Daniel, you could choose whether to like defend Daniel or kind of put the blame on Daniel. But either way, the racist guy is gonna be racist anyway, so he'll still say his racial comments as both of you are gonna go back into the house anyway, right? So he says that, and then Sean will pretty much like have a confrontation with the guy. They kind of like start fighting a little bit, and then it gets to like a point where Sean kind of like pushes him, right? And he pushes him. The racist neighbor loses his footing and like falls on the floor, like back first. But if you notice, his head hits I believe there's supposed to be like a little rock or something that's on the floor. So the back of his head like hits that. And as the guy is on the floor, he's starting to have, well, clearly he would have gotten a concussion from that. But at the same time, he starts to most likely have a seizure because he starts like shaking and stuff as he's on the ground. And obviously Sean and Daniel are like freaking out. They're like, "What the fuck is going on?" Sean's like, "I did not mean it. I didn't mean for this to happen," right? So Sean goes down to like try to see if he could do anything for the guy, right? And as he's doing that, there's a police officer that's driving down the block, and the police officer notices what's happened because this is all happening in the front yard. So anyone who's walking by can clearly see what's happening. So the police officer sees, he gets out of the car, he he, you know, instead of, I don't know, well, he tells the Sean and Daniel to back up, right? He pulls out his gun. He's telling them to back up. He's checking on, he goes to look at the guy, right? The guy is still having a seizure, by the way, because the guy is still shaking. And the police officer does not even call for like an ambulance or something. I believe all he does is like call for backup or something. But he doesn't specifically call for an ambulance. Like you should be calling for an ambulance. This guy is clearly like shaking and stuff, having a seizure or whatnot. Like, call for an ambulance. But in any case, he starts being aggressive towards towards Daniel and Sean, because he's assuming, well, he's rightfully assuming, even though he didn't like see what happened, but it's pretty much like oh, you like probably like assaulted this guy or whatnot, right? So as he has Sean and Daniel at gunpoint, he's telling them obviously like to get down, lay down on the floor, hands up, like all that stuff. So Sean tells Daniel, just do what the cop says, right? So just follow my lead, and they both get down on the ground, obviously like stomach down first and whatnot, and they have like their hands like in plain view, like up to the side, right? So as they're doing that, this is when Esteban, Sean and Daniel's dad, is finally hearing the commotion that's happening, because the cop has been yelling, and Sean and Daniel have been yelling too. So at this point, like Esteban like hears, comes out in front, sees all this happening, right? And is getting freaked out. And now the cop starts pointing his gun at Esteban and is telling him to like stay back or whatnot. And then obviously things are getting heated because Esteban's trying to figure out what's happening, what's going on. And things get heated, and then the cop's gun goes off. I don't know if it's 100% intentional that the cop shot Esteban on purpose, but either way, Esteban gets shot like pretty much point blank, like in the chest. So pretty much he gets killed like immediately. So he gets shot. Esteban falls over. Stop me if you heard this before too. Somebody gets shot, and then immediately somebody's powers manifest. In this case, plot twist, Sean isn't the one that gets the powers. It's Daniel. So they both see their dad get shot and killed in front of them. Daniel screams, and at the same time his powers manifest, which his powers turn out to be like kind of like telekinetic, because when he screams, it's like this like telekinetic like pulse wave comes from him and kind of like pushes everybody like away. Like Sean, I believe everyone except Sean, because I believe Sean's initially alright. The police officer gets knocked back. The police car that the officer came in gets flipped over. Daniel gets knocked out, so when the powers manifested, it kind of he passed out from it. Sean initially got knocked out. Sean wakes up, and he wakes up to all this destruction. Like, he sees the police officer is on the floor now. The police car is flipped over. There's some like telephone poles and stuff that are kind of like messed up a little bit. So a certain amount of like the neighborhood around them kind of got wrecked from this from the telekinetic pulse. So what Sean winds up doing is he just... Hold on a minute. Be right back. Okay. So, after that quick little bathroom break, we, so after Sean gets up, he sees, as I said, sees all the destruction and whatnot, in the little section of the neighborhood there. He gets the his book bag that he already packed with stuff for the party, right? He quickly gets that book bag because, as I said before, he put it next to the front door. So he could quickly just open the door, reach in and snatch it. Puts the book bag on. Picks up Daniel, who's still knocked out on the floor. So he picks him up and carries him and leaves. So he pretty much takes Daniel and runs away. Okay. So immediately, as you can probably tell, the inciting incident already has a bunch of problems with it. A lot of problems. One, the major one, is that the thing that starts the chain of events makes absolutely no sense. Cause why does Daniel go to the front of the house to begin with? And why does he even get anywhere close to the racist neighbor when it's already implied that the Diaz family has been living there for a while, so they know who the fucking the neighbor is and how much of an racist asshole they are. Because Sean, even with the interaction of Lila, pretty much was telling her, ignore him, he's always like an asshole and stuff. So clearly they know. So why would Daniel go there? Because clearly he interacted in some way with the racist neighbor. Because how else did the racist neighbor get the fake blood on him? Because even if Daniel just went out there and then just bumped into him somehow with the thing, like, no matter what explanation they try to jump, I don't even know if they even give an actual explanation, but whatever hoops they jump through to try to justify him being in the front yard makes absolutely no sense. Like, why the fuck is he there? If anything, why didn't you go to Esteban and show him, like, your costume and just fuck around with your dad for a minute? Like, I don't, like from the very beginning, the inciting incident makes no sense. Because why is Daniel doing... Why did Daniel just randomly just go out in front and interact with the clearly racist asshole? When you should already know that that's a racist asshole to keep away from him. if Sean and Daniel, if they all like just freshly moved into the neighborhood at this point, and the racist guy was like a completely new person, then you could have easily just written it in as this is the first interaction that Daniel has had with the guy, and he just thought like, oh, I just want to show off like this costume I made to like everybody. Like, you could have justified it that way. But it's like, you guys been here for a while, you should already know this fucking asshole guy, so I don't know why this is happening. So already, that's already a problem. Another problem is, why did Daniel leave? I mean, why did Sean leave? Like, I get he's kind of like freaked out and whatnot, but it's like, bro, why'd you just up and leave? You just up and left. Like, plus, you don't know what's happening to your brother. So, wouldn't you, like, want him to get, like, some medical attention or something? Like, what's the... Like, I don't know. Plus, we do know that your dad is dead. But at this point, you don't know necessarily 100% for sure, so probably should have waited for like an ambulance or something. Like, I don't... the racist guy is definitely dead, because after Sean wakes up from Daniel's powers awakening, the racist guy is still on the floor, but he stopped shaking and everything, so most likely the seizure he was having that nobody, like, tried to attend him, that the cop didn't call an ambulance for, clearly died. So, you also do find out later that the cop did die during that during the opening incident, so that's also a thing. So I don't... So you... Like, I had no idea the cop died, because the cop just gets, like, knocked down. It's not like he got flung across the street or anything. Like, he's still on the front of the lawn, but he's just, like, on the floor. So, you could have easily thought that the cop was, like, unconscious or something, that just got knocked out, because Sean got knocked out, Daniel's unconscious. So, you could have thought he got knocked out, but no, apparently he got killed. I don't know. It's not like he got impaled by anything or whatnot, so he just looked unconscious, so... But in any event, he's dead. The cop died. Which is going to be a problem later, so we'll make a note of it here. So after Sean takes Daniel, and Sean decides to run away with Daniel, it cuts to Daniel, who's already awake again now. They're both just walking down the road. Like, now they're they're far away from the little neighborhood and stuff they were at, like the little, like, town area. Now they're out in, like, the more woodlands forest area, walking down one of those roads. that cuts through like the forest and around like hills and things like that. So they're just walking down that road, and it's at this point that as Daniel and Sean are talking to each other, you find out that Daniel doesn't remember what happened for a good amount of time. Like, he has no idea of the confrontation with the racist guy. He also has no idea what happened to their dad. Like, he has no idea what happened. So instead of telling Daniel like what happened, he Sean winds up because you have no choice in all of this of running away or pretty much lying to Daniel and keeping what really happened to yourself. Like, you have no choice in that. Like, that happens regardless. So Sean decides to lie and pretty much say that that all of you are like on a camping trip and you're gonna meet up with your dad like later. Like, he went on ahead and told us to meet up with him and stuff. So that's pretty much the stupid lie that you tell Daniel. But now so you end up doing that. Now you pretty much are now looking for a place, because now it's starting to get late. So now you're looking for a place to like sleep, to get like some shelter, right? So you end up going past this little like picnic like area. So you go by there, and then you find this little secluded area down by like a little stream area, like more past where this little picnic area is. So you go way past that. Along the way, you can talk to like Daniel and stuff with the moving and talking dialogue interactions that you have. That they introduced in Captain Spirit. So now you start having a lot more of those now, where you can move and like talk. So you could do that. You could play a little game of hide and seek with Daniel in the tree, like in like this heavy like tree area where you are, where there's a lot of trees around. You could play hide and seek behind like the trees and stuff. But either way, you get to the little stream area, and then now you can like gather around some firewood and some shelter in this like little like rocky area where there's like this big rock that's kind of like over like a thing, so that way you could like set up a little thing underneath it, so that way if it rains and whatnot, then you have like a roof, a makeshift roof above you, kind of. So you get like that. You set up that little thing. Also along the way, like as you're gathering stuff, you can kind of test out Daniel's powers a little bit. So you could have him levitate some things. There's also a collectible here where you do have to get Daniel's help to try to because it's like stuck in a tree. So you could kind of like look at it, call Daniel over, and then have him like levitate the little collectible out of the tree so that way you can grab it. So, but yeah, you do like little interactions where you help out, where you kind of test out Daniel's powers a little bit and whatnot. This also leads me into now the big mechanic of the game that starts up now is you influence Daniel's morality during the course of the game. So Daniel is during your conversations with him, depending on certain things that you tell him, he will use those as like examples of morality. Like if you're teaching him like good things, then overall he should be good. But if you're doing like bad stuff or treating people like assholes, then that's how Daniel's going to act. So that's where this morality thing with Daniel starts to heavily start coming into play now. Because now Daniel is, since most of the time Daniel's always with you, he's always like listening and observing at what you're doing, even if you're not directly talking to him. So that's kind of how that goes. Which leads to a little bit of a thing later towards the end of this episode. So after you gather your stuff up, after you gather the stuff together, right? Now you take shelter, you end up like getting some stuff, you end up eating like whatever you got to take to the party, you end up using those supplies here. So now you both go to sleep, right? This also starts the trend of Sean and Daniel kind of referring to themselves as like the Wolf Brothers and stuff, and they do like a howl that they do together and things like that. So this is kind of where that starts up now. Which is even more funnier for this episode because for pretty much this whole episode, Sean is wearing a sweater that has a wolf on it, and across the wolf it has like the word squad on it, so it's like Wolf Squad thing. So it's kind of funny how it all connects together. But in any case, you spend the night, right? You wake up. It cuts, and then you wake. Well, you don't directly wake up. Now it cuts to now you guys are continue walking, because you guys don't specifically I think you actually do have a destination at this point, because one of the things that does get brought up is like, where specifically are they going? So eventually you're going to start your destination to get to your grandparents, but your grandparents on your mom's side. Because you also learn that your mom left you all a little bit after Daniel was born. So, kind of after Daniel was born, your mom kind of up and left all of y'all. So what the current goal is for Sean is for him and Daniel to go to their grandparents' house, which they haven't been to in a while. So Sean is only going off of the last known address that he remembers that his grandparents lived at. So that's where they're going. But obviously, it's going to take them a while because they're walking this whole way. So as they obviously have gotten up the next morning and continued walking, now they wind up being at a gas station. So they're at this gas station, right? And there's a couple of things you can do here, like there's this family at the picnic table that's in front of the gas station. You could kind of like interact with them. You could kind of coerce the family there into like giving you food. Like you could send Daniel over there to like beg for food and stuff, which obviously would have would play into Daniel's morality too, because you're like lying and tricking people into getting that stuff. So not necessarily something that I would choose to do, but yeah. So yeah, you can you can go inside the gas station. If you have some money, that you either took from the change jar or that Esteban gave you earlier, this is where you could use it. Like you could go around the gas station and like try to get some supplies, like some food and like stuff. Like there's various stuff that you can get. Like you could blatantly get like candy and like junk food if you want, or you could actually spend the money on like real food and stuff. So it all depends on you. The big thing here that's gonna come up later is you meet this guy who's sitting down in the little like kind of dining area that the gas station has in the corner. Like it's kind of by like some like little hot dog area and like the coffee machine and stuff. Like they have that in the corner to the side. And there's this guy that's just like chilling there. And he's working on something on his computer and stuff. And you could interact with the guy, and the guy winds up being his name is Brody. So you could talk to Brody. You could also interact with him a little bit, and you could also trick him into like having Daniel do something to him. But it's like, why would you do that? Like this is actually like the first like genuinely nice interaction that you're having with somebody that's not your dad. So it's like, why would I fuck with this guy when this guy is being genuinely nice this whole time? So yeah, you find out that he's what was it? He does he's like a traveling like writer. He kind of like writes for columns and stuff like that. And some of the stuff he writes about is a little like risque. Like there's some like naked women and stuff that like are involved in like the stuff that he writes. You could see some of the articles he's working on because later you could go on on a computer and you could actually like go to like his like blog page and see the stuff he writes about. And some of the pictures are supposed to be like naked pictures, but because of the art style that Life is Strange uses when it comes to like certain types of photos, it's not highly detailed or anything, so it's not like you're seeing any like actual nudity or anything in these photos. So like half the time with these photos you don't even see people's like eyes or mouths or anything. So it's like, well, there you go. But yeah, so you could get to know Brody a little bit, and then Brody's like, alright, well, it's nice like talking to you and whatnot. And then if you're genuinely gonna pay for some of the stuff that you bought, then some of the stuff that you could buy, you could go up to the cashier, and she'll ring you up, and you could genuinely like pay for the stuff that you do. Or you could also have like several opportunities throughout looking for like food and stuff to actually blatantly steal. So you have plenty of varying choices in this scenario to be like nice or be a complete dickbag and steal a bunch of shit. So in any case, for me, I will buy the stuff that I could afford. So I go to buy the stuff. It winds up being while we're buying the stuff, Daniel notices that they're trying to find a home for this puppy, because behind the counter there's a puppy like sitting in like a little doggy pillow bed. So he sees the dog. Daniel can like interact with the dog a little bit. The dog kind of like likes Daniel and stuff, and Sean's like, well, right now we can't keep a dog or take care of a dog for obvious reasons. But obviously Sean's coming up with like a different excuse. Like, we're kind of like camping right now, so there's no, like, we can't take care of a dog right now because we're not even like home right now. We're kind of like a little far away from home, so we can't go anywhere. So Daniel's kind of like disappointed, but can kind of understand where you're coming from. So now we go out to if we buy the stuff, we can take the stuff and just casually just like leave the gas station. Also, we also get a free map. So the lady gives us lets us take a free map for free. So that's great. So in that case, we take the food and stuff that we got. We by this time, the family that we could interact with earlier, that was at the picnic bench in front of the gas station, they already left. So we can sit at the picnic table and like eat some food, and also open up the map and try to figure out like the best way to get to where your grandparents live, because they live like in a small town. So they don't live in a city. They live like in a small little like suburban area. So you see where you are, and then see how far away they are, and then plan out like how you're gonna get there, right? Clearly, when you come up with a plan like this, it's definitely not gonna go the way you want it. So what winds up happening is you after you finish eating, and then you figure out how you're going there, right? Then you this guy comes up to you as you're at the table. The conversation kind of starts off nicely enough, but then it takes a turn, because now the guy becomes like very confrontational. And now he's like, okay, I recognize you. You're the two kids that the police and stuff are looking for because of the incident that happened in Seattle. Because that's also the ironic thing, I believe, is the opening of the game is the Diaz family actually lives like in like the Seattle area. So, which is kind of ironic because that's where Max left to. So yet again, more little tiny little winks and references. There's gonna be a big one that's gonna come later, but we'll get to that in a minute. Well, not in a minute, but in a little while. So he gets confrontational. He's now he's trying to capture Sean and Daniel, so that way he could turn them over to the police. Because another thing that you could also find out if you're like walking around is you can actually find a newspaper that the headline is talking about the incident that happened, and does have a picture of Sean and Daniel on it, of them being like witnesses and potential like culprits as to what happened. So pretty much blatantly, like they are being like looked for. So then so then as and the guy also starts throwing in like racial shit in there also. And then the Sean is pretty much already caught by the guy, right? And so Daniel takes this opportunity to like and plus Sean tells him is to run, to get out of here, so that way he doesn't get caught too. So he gets so Daniel's able to run away. The guy catches Sean. I believe he I don't know if he knocks out Sean, but either way it like cuts, and then it cuts to Sean handcuffed inside the manager's the backstage manager's room of the gas station. because we find out that that the woman who was the checkout lady at the gas station and this guy are husband and wife. So the guy is throwing out like racial shit and whatnot, and meanwhile the wife she's not saying racial shit too, but she's also just being like blasé about what's going on. She's like whatever you're doing, do whatever you're doing, but I'm not going to actively take part in it. So she pretty much like leaves the whole situation. So there's that. So for the guy, so he's with him in the room, and he's pretty much like berating him and being like, I'm gonna be looking for your brother and I'm gonna catch him too and all that stuff, and pretty much saying like, this is why it's people like you and your brother is why like we have to build a wall and everything to keep you like criminals and stuff out of our country and stuff like that. So he does that. Clearly he's not gonna listen to anything you're saying. So no matter what you say to him, he's not listening. So then he just gets up and like leaves to presumably like try to find a way to get Daniel, right? So meanwhile, Sean is just handcuffed in this room. Because he's specifically handcuffed to this like pipe that's going across like the bottom of the wall to the side. So he goes to so the guy's gone. Sean has like nowhere to go, so it's also the middle so by this time it's already nighttime, so it's like dark outside. So Sean's trying to figure out a way to get out of to get the handcuffs off, right? So he finds like a way to get out, but he can't necessarily do it on his own. And it's at this point that you hear Daniel, because there's also like a vent that's kind of next to where Sean is handcuffed, which is also at like ground level, close to the ground, the vent. So he hears that Daniel's there. So pretty much they talk and be like, okay, what do you see outside? Is there anything you can use and stuff like that? So Daniel can get him like not like a pick or something, but get him a thing where he can break off like some blockage that he needs to get closer to the door, because by the door there's some keys hanging by the door, but he can't get to it because there's like little blockage next to the pipe that he can't drag the handcuffs down. So Daniel ends up finding something for him to break those stuff with. So he's able to break, he hands it to him through the little vent. So he's able to squeeze it through the vent. So it's at that point that he's able to shimmy his way down the pipe area. So he's closer to the door. He's able to use, I believe he's able to like use his feet to knock the keys off. Is able to push the keys over to himself, grab the keys, and then is able to give the keys to Daniel by the, I believe, gives the keys to Daniel by the, through the vent. And then Daniel's able to use those keys to open the door to get to where Sean is. Sean, Daniel's able to get in. He gives Sean the keys back so that way he could rustle through the keys so that way he can unlock the handcuffs. So as he's doing that, Daniel goes very stupidly. He goes into the main garage area. He goes into the main garage area, and not garage area, the main gas station area where all the like foods and stuff they sell are, right? He goes there because we're in the back room, so now he goes to the front. And as Sean is trying to find the key to unlock the handcuffs, you hear Daniel shout, and you also see that and hear that there was like a vibration, like another like little sonic telekinetic pulse happened. So it's at that moment that Sean quickly finds the key, unlocks the handcuffs, is able to get out, go into the main area, and see what happened. So he sees Daniel standing there, and then the racist gas station guy is on the floor. He's like knocked out on the floor, and there's like stuff in the main area that has been tossed around because of the telekinetic pulse, right? So he ends up so it's at this point that Sean is like, okay, we're gonna get the guy's knocked out. Clear. Well, this time he is knocked out. He's not dead, because we find out later that he was just knocked out. He is so it's at this point Sean is like, okay, Daniel, we gotta take this opportunity to get the fuck out of here. So Sean goes to grab his stuff, like his book bag and everything that he had on him. He grabs everything. And it's at this point that you could choose, yet again, you have another opportunity here to steal some stuff or just flat out leave. So in this case, usually I just wind up like flat out leaving. Because yet again, morality with Daniel. So we wind up just as we're like trying to leave, Daniel's like, hold on a minute, like runs back and then runs back for a minute, and then runs back to catch up with Sean now. So he went back to go get something, and then he came back real quick, right? So they end up running. They're running. They're like in the woods area down the road, and then they eventually, and it's I believe it started to rain and everything. So they end up running into this car on the side, and they see someone's in there, and they end up like knocking on the window, and it turns out that it's Brody sitting in the back of his car, typing up some stuff, right? Because I believe his car is a station wagon. So the whole back part of the car has a bunch of space. Because clearly, since he's since he like wanders around like on the road, like he doesn't specifically have a place to live or anything. By choice. Brody does this by choice. Like he doesn't have to, but he chooses to like do this, to like travel the country and stuff like that. So clearly the back of the station wagon is supposed to be like where he like sleeps. Like put his like sleeping bag or whatnot and sleeps in. So that's where he's sitting down typing when they knock on the thing. So he sees them, he opens the door, he recognizes them, and he's like, oh shit, what the hell's going on? And then they're freaking out. Well, Sean's specifically freaking out. And then he tells them to get in, right? So he tells them get into the car, get into the car. And they start driving. Like, obviously they start driving because Sean's like, we gotta go, some crazy shit happened. He tells Brody about like what happened with like the racist guy and like what happened, what he did and all that stuff. So he's like, shit, I had a feeling that that guy was weird because he even tried to start some shit with me, but he didn't get very far with it and gave up and stuff like that. So not to the racist part, but just being like overall general asshole pretty much. Even to Brody. Because Brody is just a regular like white guy. And then the gas station guy is also like just a regular white dude, so clearly with Brody he was just being a dick. With no side of racism. But with Sean and Daniel, clearly there's a lot of side of racism on that one. But in any case, so Brody's like sympathetic with them and stuff like that. I don't know if specifically this is the moment that it happens or it happens later. But at some point when they're in the car with Brody, they find out that that Daniel stole the puppy that they were going to that the gas station people was trying to find a home for. So Daniel went back into the gas station to take the puppy with them. Which is also really, really, really dumb. Really dumb. And also leads into an issue. There's plenty of moments before this happens that you are given choices of stealing things. Even if you don't do any of the stealing stuff whatsoever, no matter what you do, Daniel still steals the puppy anyway. So the mechanic of morality with Daniel is already not working because now you're introducing points in the game where Daniel is going to do things no matter what you do, which is going to cause problems. So now any mechanic of morality really doesn't hold a lot too much weight, because there are situations where Daniel will just do things because plot needs to happen and certain situations need to happen. So Daniel's just gonna do shit. Believe me, there's gonna be a lot more instances of him doing that during the course of the game. But in any case, you go with Brody, You tell Brody what happened, and then you pull over to like the side of the road once you've gotten like a lot of good distance for the gas station, right? You you pull over to like this side of the road, right? Next to like this overlook that can overlook the scenery over there, right? Okay. Now, this is where you explain to Brody everything that has happened. By everything that has happened, I mean, from the police incident, from the beginning with the racist neighbor and everything that happened. You pretty much explain to him that. And meanwhile, Daniel's in the car and he's, I believe, sleeping with the dog. I believe him and the dog already like fell asleep in the back of the car. So this is pretty much just a private conversation between Sean and Brody. And Brody's, you know, kind of overwhelmed by like the crazy shit that you just told him. But he's still overall pretty understanding. But he also pretty much tells Sean that you're going to have to tell Daniel the truth. You're not going to be able to hide what happened for long. To which originally, like when Brody was saying this, I was like, yeah, he kind of should have already told Daniel this a long time ago. like you could have avoided some issues that are about to happen if you know, would have told Daniel ahead of time. But yet again, none of that is your choice. The game forces you to lie about this anyway. Because there's a lot of problems where the game is forcing scenarios to be dramatic without thinking about whether any of this makes sense to be doing. Like, there's a lot of decisions that start happening even more later where it seems like things are happening only because, hey, what's the most dramatic thing we can do here to just, like, cause issues and not really think about that they built to anything. It's gonna seem like some of these events are just happening for the sake of happening. But yeah, either way, they do that. And then they wind up finishing their conversation. Sean is pretty much like, yeah, I know, I'm gonna have to tell Daniel. I'm just waiting for the right time to tell him, right? Even though for a majority of this episode you've been alone with him, like when you guys were on down by the stream and whatnot, you could have told him there, but you know, the game says no. You go back to the car, and then the camera doesn't follow you to the car. The camera instead pans over to the to where the overlook is that you guys were standing next to. Because the majority of the time, Sean is kind of looking over at the overlook area. So he's looking over to the thing. And you find out that when y'all leaving, that you were that by the overlook, because they show you this town that's that you can see, and specifically the town you're looking at is Arcadia Bay. And I didn't mention this because I didn't want to spoil it too much ahead of time, but when you start the beginning of Life is Strange 2, when you start episode 1, completely fresh, you start a new game, right? The game asks you, what ending did you choose at the end of the original game? If you played Life is Strange, the original Life is Strange, it asks you if you played it. If you say yes, then it asks you, what ending did you get? And then, depending on what ending you chose, certain things, certain references and stuff will be different depending on what ending you chose. So, which sounds like it could be like a lot of things, but technically it isn't. Technically, the only two big things that it changes is this moment here at the Overlook in this scene, and a part and a certain section in in the final episode of episode 5 towards the beginning of the episode. So there isn't a lot of major references. There's probably like small things here and there. But as far as the really big things, it's just this thing in episode 1 and another thing in episode 5. Which that one in episode 5 is a lot bigger. But this one is a little small thing. Because depending on the ending you got, if Chloe's not around, then you just see Arcadia Bay as normal, and Arcadia Bay is just fine in the distance. But if the town was destroyed, then you still technically see the town in the distance, but it doesn't have any lights or anything. So the town is still kind of messed up, so they haven't finished repairing anything yet. Cause the town is getting repairing it, because even at the end of the original game, the town wasn't completely destroyed. Like, the town could still be repaired and salvaged, so it's not like the whole town has been wiped out completely. But clearly, nobody is living there still, because the whole town is still being reconstructed. So there's no lights or anything. And also, after the camera goes from there, if the town is destroyed, it will pan over to a plaque that's next to the Overlook, that says for all those who lost their lives in Arcadia Bay and whatnot, like a little memorial like sign. So that's pretty much that. So that's that. You get, as I said, you guys are back in the car with Brody. You go, now you're by like this little beach area. Daniel's playing with with the dog, which Daniel named the dog Mushroom. So the dog's name is Mushroom. Because the dog's color scheme is kind of similar to like a generic like mushroom colors. So that's what Daniel decides to call the dog. So he's playing with Mushroom by the beach and whatnot. And Brody's still around, but he went to check up on something because you could see the car and stuff is still there. So after a while of just watching Daniel play around with the dog, and you could either like draw some stuff here while you're waiting, or you could actually like play fetch with the dog. Like you could throw like a stick and then the dog would get it and bring it back. You could do that. But in any case, after a while, Brody comes back and he's like, okay, you're all checked in. So pretty much there's a little like motel behind you, and Brody was checking you guys into a motel, right? So he was nice enough to pay for I don't know how long specifically he paid for your stay at the motel, but at the very least, like at least a night, pretty much, right? So he pretty much tells you that that you're checked in. Sean is like you didn't have to. I really thank you for doing this though, and stuff like that. And Brody's like, it's all good. You're good. It's all good. I'm happy to do it. You guys. Also, if you weren't an asshole to him, then it's even more of a really nice gesture that he's doing and stuff like that. He pretty much also leaves Sean with a little bit of some like traveling supplies and stuff, because he gives him a bigger like book bag to carry like more stuff in, with some like supplies and things like that. I believe he leaves him some like a good luck letter, and I think he also gives him some money, some like extra money or something. So he leaves them with all that stuff. He gives them like gives both of them like a goodbye hug and stuff. Excuse me. And ends up like driving off, right? So he drives off. And then now you take Daniel and you and Mushroom, you all three go to the room, right? So you go to the room. Daniel goes to watch the TV, right? So you end up going to watch the TV. You excuse me. Your phone is kind of is obviously kind of dead because it died like earlier in the episode, so you couldn't really like make use of it. But now since you're at the hotel, the motel, hotel, whatever, right? Now that you're there, you can hook up your charger and charge your phone a little bit. So you can charge your phone a little bit. Then you can like prepare a bath for Daniel, so he could take a bath, right? So you can prepare one. After your phone is charged a good amount while you're like doing some stuff, you can actually take your phone and go to the little the little patio area. You could go out there, use the phone to you can use the phone to look at some pictures. There's a video of Sean, Daniel, and their dad together, just doing some stuff, like just having fun doing things. Like you don't see the video, you just hear the video, and then you see like Sean's like emotional reactions as he's like watching the video and stuff. So then so you could also call Lila on the phone too. You can actually call her on the phone. And if you do, she's like surprised that you're like calling. She's like, I have no idea what's going on. Police and stuff were questioning me about like if I know anything, what's going on, this and that and the third. I pretty much told them I have no idea what the fuck is going on and like stuff like that. So you can kind of like you know, pretty much ask her like what's going on with her, and then you can update her on like how y'all doing. You don't tell her where you are though. So you're being a little cautious and making sure that like she's not accidentally able to tell anyone where they are. But in any case, you pretty much like tell her goodbye. You could give her some like encouragement and stuff, and pretty much like keep her spirits up and stuff, right? So then you finish the conversation with her, and then you could do what Brody suggested you do also, is also get rid of the phone. So it's at this point that after you made your Lila's phone call, and you watch the video of with your dad and everything, it's at that point that you pretty much like chuck the phone to you pretty much throw it like over by like the beach area that's like across the street where the motel is. You pretty much like just throw it to get rid of it. And then from there, like Daniel's like I believe I don't know if he took the shower or not, or he said that he was going to after like the little cartoon show that he's watching on the TV. Like once that's over, he said he'll go take the shower. So I don't know if he took the bath or not, but either way, he wants needs to get yourself something to drink, right? So Sean ends up going out to the vending machine that's on the other end past all the other rooms, right? So he ends up going there. As he's getting the drinks, you start to see some lights flickering and some vibrations and stuff happening. So clearly Sean's like, I already know what the fuck this is. So he runs back into the motel, the motel room, right? He runs in, and immediately Daniel is like freaking out. He has like a telekinetic, like almost like a little telekinetic tornado happening, because there's like a bunch of stuff in the room that's like floating around him, spinning around. And meanwhile, the dog is like in the corner just barking. So he's not hurting the dog. The dog is safe. And then you're like, okay, why is Daniel upset? And then immediately when he sees Sean, Daniel's like yelling at him like, you lied to me. You lied to me. And then you see on the TV, there's a news report talking about like the shooting and their dad getting killed and whatnot, and also the police officer that died somehow. I don't know how he died, but whatever. Still. So this is how Daniel finds out. Because during this whole time that Daniel was watching TV and you're able to do all this different stuff with him, you still can't tell him what happened. Like, at all. Which is very frustrating, because it'd be one thing if there's sequence of events that are preventing you from telling him, right? That'd be one thing. But the fact that you have so many opportunities of nothing happening where you can clearly tell him what happened, but the game never lets you do it. Like, at all. Like, there's not even a fake out moment where you're about to tell him something but get interrupted. Like, there's not even any of that. So the game is intentionally making it so that you can't even ask him. I mean, you can't even tell him in any way. Even though with the whole Brody conversation towards the end is pretty much setting you up for being like, you have to tell him. Like, you don't even get the opportunity. He sees it on a news report while you're doing something else, while you're completely out of the room. So he just finds out on his own. And then you get, and then obviously he's justifiably mad. Like, obviously, like I don't, in this instance with Daniel, it's like, you're justified in being pissed off. Like, Sean should have 100% like told you. He had plenty of opportunities to tell you, but the game just refused to let you do anything. I also want to keep in mind that this game is also made by it's made by Don't Nod, the same developer, the same studio that made the original game. And it's also written and directed, like the primary developers that made the original game also made Life is Strange 2. And how things have gone off the rails throughout this whole episode completely baffles me. Because the original game, for what you will want to say about the dialogue of the original game, the story itself was written primarily really well. So what happened in between the end of the original game and making this one, I have no fucking clue. I have an idea, but I want to save it for when we get to the final episode of Life is Strange 2. Because I have an idea of why the story of this game is such a gigantic mess. But I'll get to it when as we get through the last episodes. Because there are things that I do genuinely like. There are moments that happen throughout this game that are really good. but it's just there's a lot of moments that take me out of the game when really contrived and stupid shit constantly happens in very big ways that just cause so many problems that doesn't need to happen. But in any case, Daniel finds out that their dad's dead, this whole thing happened, and then Sean is owning up to, like, I should have told you earlier, no shit, Sherlock. But then he pretty much, like, gives Daniel a hug. Daniel starts crying and whatnot, and at the same time he starts pretty much calming down. Like, all the stuff that's floating in the room, that's floating around him and stuff, starts getting starts like just floating down and whatnot, like not getting thrown around, like they just float down and get onto the floor or whatnot, like nobody gets hurt or anything. But yeah, so they're like hugging, they both like collapse to sit on the floor while they're like hugging each other, and they're both like crying and everything, because now all the emotions and everything are coming out. The emotions that Sean has been like keeping to himself, because he hasn't been able to express all the emotions because he's been trying to put up a front to Daniel that everything's fine. So, but now since Daniel already knows and Daniel's already finding out everything, so he's immediately letting out all of his emotion. Now Sean can let all that come out. Which is a nice scene, but as I said, the problems leading up to it kind of take me out of it. But in any case, so that happens, and they wind up I don't believe I believe it cuts, and that's pretty much the end of the episode. I don't think anything happens after that. I don't believe. Yeah, I don't think anything happens after that. Let me double check. Let me see. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so it doesn't seem like anything really happens. So in any case, so they're crying there, and pretty much everything. The episode pretty much ends, and then there's no big dramatic of them like leaving the like motel or anything. Like they wreck the motel and then they like gotta rush off and dramatically leave or whatnot. It's like, no, it pretty much just cuts cuts there, and then they oh no, they actually use technically it does happen. Oh, okay, now it's coming back to me. So it cuts, and then they go to they use some of the money to catch a bus. So they get like one of those like kind of like almost one of the like those Greyhound buses, like the little kind of like cross country like city town buses. Like they catch one of those, like one of those buses that actually has like a little bathroom and stuff in the back. They catch one of those, right? And they pretty much like catch that to where like obviously to try to get to their grandparents, the grandparents' house, right? So they try to get closer to their grandparents' house, because it's not like they have the money to go all the way over there, but they have enough to kind of like give themselves a little shortcut. Especially with the money that Brody gave them. Like, it's not like he gave them a fuck ton of money, but even though technically Brody can afford it, because Brody does have a good amount of money, because he does say that he's not like uber wealthy, but he's really well off, so he doesn't have to do what he's doing right now. Like, he does it by choice, as I said before, so that's good. But yeah, so you get your so you take your bus and you go closer to your I guess your grandparents' area. So in any case, you so pretty much that's where the episode ends. So kind of a lot happens, but yet not a lot happens. It's kind of weird. Like, there is a lot of kind of meandering around until the plot kind of just demands that shit happens, pretty much. That's kind of how that works. But yeah, so all in all, I will give... This is the original first episode, right? Yeah, that is the first episode. I will give this... This is pretty much being a B. This is just flat out a B. Yeah, it has to be a B. Yeah, this definitely has to be a B. Because this is really weak. Like, mainly because the game sets up some stuff to happen, but it starts betraying its own mechanics and stuff pretty much almost immediately as soon as they start getting heavily introduced. Because as I said, it sets up Daniel's morality thing, where your actions, where be careful of your actions, it's going to determine how Daniel acts and interacts with people. And then, as I said, immediately just throws that out the window because Daniel does things that immediately contradict anything you've been teaching him or saying with him or anything leading up to that point. So this stuff it's good in theory, but it just doesn't the execution just doesn't go. Like it betrays itself. And I want to say that it gets, I would like to say that it gets better. That the Daniel stuff, that how they handle Daniel from a mechanical perspective gets handled better as the game goes on. But that is not necessarily the case. So yeah. So there's a little thing to remember as the game as we go through the game. But with that, we're going to leave it at that for now. And then in the next one of these videos, we'll continue down the line of Life is Strange 2 as we keep going. So certain episodes will get a little faster because there's a lot of these episodes that kind of just that you kind of run through and things just happen, and then that's pretty much it. Like there's some of these episodes, not a lot of majorly eventful things start happening necessarily, really. So some of the later episodes we can kind of knock through next time. Well, in the next in the next part of this video. So in any case, this is what it's looking like so far. So we got through the farewell episode. We got through the we got through the Captain Spirit episode, and we finally started the Life is Strange 2. And we just finished discussing the first episode. So we're done with the first episode now. So now we can get through the... Why is that one so... Oh, okay. That's the... Okay. I was just wondering why one of the title things was bigger than the other, and I'm like, oh, that's because it's the different game. In any case, that's where we're at right now. So you could already see that some of the quality of this started going down. Like already the beginning of Life is Strange 2 already kind of was a step down. Will they be able to go up, or are some of them, or are we gonna just tread water in this category, or are we gonna go down? Because at this point, Life is Strange 2 is kind of can go either direction as I reflect and talk about and talk about these episodes, it can go either way. It can go up or down at this point. So we'll see. We'll see. But yeah. So with that, JR here signing off, and I will catch you all in the next one. Later.